Picture this. It's barely past dawn on October 15th, 1917, and the grass in Vincennes is still damp with that particular kind of morning chill that makes you want to pull your blanket tighter. But you're not in bed. You're standing in a field watching a dozen French soldiers in their grey uniforms, looking about as thrilled as parking meter attendants on a Monday morning. And walking toward them, with the kind of calm that would make a yoga instructor jealous, is a single woman. The soldiers offer her a blindfold. Standard operating procedure, you know. Makes it easier for everyone involved. But she shakes her head. No, thank you. She's going to meet this moment with her eyes wide open. Maybe, and this is where history gets beautifully murky, she even blows them a kiss. One last theatrical gesture from a woman who spent her entire life performing. And then, well, a life ends. But here's the thing about myths, guys. They don't die with the person. They just get started. Now, as you sink deeper into whatever cozy spot you've claimed for tonight, maybe dim those lights. Let your shoulders drop. Take one of those long, slow breaths that reminds your body it's safe and warm. Let's consider something that might keep historians awake at night. What if the greatest spy of World War I wasn't actually a master of espionage at all? What if she was something far more interesting? A woman of absolutely stunning self-invention who got turned into the perfect political scapegoat when the French government needed someone to blame for their military disasters. This isn't your typical spy story, dear listener. No gadgets, no car chases, no secret lairs carved into mountains. This is about something far more human and far more tragic. Performance, fantasy, and how institutions, especially when they're losing a war and people are asking uncomfortable questions, hunt for villains like your boss hunts for someone to blame when the quarterly numbers tank. So get comfortable. Really comfortable. If you're enjoying these midnight wanderings through history's stranger corners, hit that subscribe button. And hey, I'm always curious about this little community we've got going here. Drop a comment and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is there. It honestly blows my mind knowing people are drifting off to these stories from bedrooms in Bangkok to apartments in Brooklyn. Here's where we're headed tonight. First, we're going to meet the woman behind the legend, Margaretha Zelle, and the kind of personal trauma that doesn't just wound you, it reshapes you entirely. Then we'll dive into the wonderfully incompetent world of World War I intelligence gathering, which was about as sophisticated as trying to coordinate a group text with your extended family. After that, we'll explore the political machinery that needed a scapegoat and found the perfect candidate in a woman who was foreign, flamboyant, and fatally unable to prove her innocence. And finally, we'll witness her last, greatest performance, the one at that wall in Vincennes, that turned her from a failed dancer into an eternal mystery. So keep that image of the execution ground warm in your mind, that moment when a life became a legend. Because we're about to step backward through time, past the myth-making and the propaganda, to find the real woman underneath it all. Not Matahari the spy, but Margaretha Zelle, and the wounds that were so deep, so cutting, that they pushed her to invent an entirely new person just to survive them. Before she became the woman the world would execute, before she was Matahari the exotic dancer, the alleged master spy, she was just Margaretha Geertruida Zelle. Born on August 7th, 1876, in Leeuwarden, Netherlands, into what you'd probably call a perfectly respectable middle-class family. Her father, Adam Zelle, sold hats for a living, and apparently sold them well enough that the Zelles enjoyed the kind of comfortable existence that allowed for proper educations, and maybe even a servant or two. Picture young Margaretha as one of 4 kids, probably bright, definitely a bit mischievous, learning French and German and English like any well-bred Dutch girl of her time. The kind of childhood where your biggest worry is whether you'll get caught reading novels when you're supposed to be practicing piano. But here's the thing about comfortable middle-class life in the 1880s. It could evaporate faster than morning mist. In 1889, when Margaretha was just 13, her father's business ventures went spectacularly wrong. Bankruptcy. The kind that doesn't just mean selling the good china, but watching everything you thought was solid crumble into dust. And then, as if the universe had decided the Zelle family hadn't suffered enough, 9 months later, her mother, Antje van der Meulen, died. Just like that. Young Margaretha found herself shipped off to live with her godfather, her entire world upended before she'd even figured out who she was supposed to be. Imagine being 13 and having every single thing you counted on, family, home, social standing, just disappear. The ground doesn't just shift under your feet, it opens up and swallows you whole. Fast forward to 1895, and we find 18-year-old Margaretha doing what desperate young women from fallen families often did in those days. She married up. Or tried to. Rudolf MacLeod was a Dutch colonial army officer, 20 years her senior, which in modern terms would be like a high school graduate marrying her dad's college roommate. If you're thinking this sounds like a calculated move by a young woman with limited options to find some security, well, you wouldn't be wrong. But any dreams Margaretha might have had about social elevation or financial stability dissolved faster than sugar in tropical rain. Their marriage became what the polite biographers of the time called a personal misery, which is Victorian speak for an absolute nightmare. After they moved to the Dutch East Indies, specifically Java, Rudolf revealed himself to be exactly the kind of charming gentleman who expressed his feelings with his fists. Heavy drinking, gambling, and what Margaretha later described as regular beatings with a cat o' nine tails. Those weren't love taps. Rudolf had anger management issues that would make a modern HR department break out in cold sweats, and Margaretha bore the brunt of it. She dreamed constantly of divorce, of escape, of returning to the Netherlands, and maybe, just maybe, finding a life on the stage. Picture those colonial days for a moment. You're sitting on a cramped veranda in the stifling humidity of Java, the air thick enough to chew, reeking of tobacco smoke and cheap rum that seems to seep from the wooden walls. The sound of tropical insects forms a constant, maddening drone that never stops, not even at night. It's like being trapped in a pressure cooker, where the only relief valve is controlled by a violent drunk who sees you as his personal property. The heat, the isolation, the constant threat of violence, it wasn't just unpleasant. It was the kind of environment that made reinvention not just appealing, but absolutely necessary for survival. And then came the blow that would reshape her soul forever. Her son, Norman John, died young. The exact details get murky in the historical record. Some sources suggest various ages and causes, but what seems most likely is that he died in childhood, somewhere between 1899 and 1902, possibly from a cerebral hemorrhage, possibly from congenital syphilis inherited from his charming father. The loss of a child is the kind of grief that doesn't just wound you. It fundamentally rewrites who you are. For Margaretha, already isolated, already suffering in an abusive marriage thousands of miles from anything resembling home, Norman John's death was the final, devastating confirmation that the life she'd tried to build was irretrievably broken. So let's add it up, shall we? The early loss of her family's social standing and financial security, an abusive marriage to an alcoholic brute, the suffocating isolation of colonial life, the death of her child. Each one of these experiences would be enough to break most people. Together, they created something else entirely, an overwhelming need to disappear and reappear as someone else. Because here's the brutal reality for women at the turn of the 20th century. If you were divorced, scandalized and broke, your options were basically prostitution, poverty, or death. The respectable path was closed. The conventional life was impossible. So Margaretha Zelle had to die. She had to be killed, metaphorically speaking, so that someone else could be born. Someone exotic, mysterious, powerful. Someone who could take all that pain and transform it into performance. Someone who could make people pay attention, make them want her, make them give her the power and independence that Margaretha Zelle, broken Dutch housewife, could never have claimed. She had to invent Mata Hari, because sometimes, when your real life becomes unlivable, invention isn't just an option, it's the only way to survive. So Margaretha Zelle, that broken young woman we've been getting to know, had to disappear. Completely. And like countless desperate souls before and since, she did what people do when their old life becomes impossible. She ran to Paris. Now, when you think Paris in the early 1900s, you probably picture romantic boulevards, artists in berets, maybe some wine and cheese situation. But for Margaretha, arriving sometime between 1903 and 1905, it was less romantic escape and more financial free fall. We're talking about a woman with basically no marketable skills, a scandalous divorce hanging around her neck like a millstone, and the kind of desperate need to earn money that makes you consider pretty much any job that doesn't require a background check. She tried everything. Modeling, which in those days meant standing very still for very little money, working in circuses, because apparently her life hadn't been enough of a carnival already. Anything to keep her head above water in a city that had a tendency to chew up aspiring performers and spit out their bones. Paris was beautiful, sure, but it was also expensive and ruthless and absolutely crawling with women who'd had similar ideas about reinventing themselves. But here's the thing about Paris in the Belle Époque. It was absolutely obsessed with anything exotic. Think of it as the cultural equivalent of your friend who won't shut up about their trip to Thailand. The city was drowning in its own sophistication, and people were desperate for anything that promised a glimpse of mysterious, faraway places. And Margaretha, with her years in the Dutch East Indies, unknowingly carried the keys to that particular fantasy kingdom. Between 1903 and 1905, something extraordinary happened. Margaretha Zelle began to shed her skin like a snake, and from that discarded identity, Mata Hari began to emerge. It wasn't instant. Transformation never is. It was careful, calculated, and absolutely brilliant. The name itself was pure genius, a marketing masterpiece that would make modern brand consultants weep with envy. Mata Hari. In Malay or Indonesian, it means eye of the dawn, or more literally, sun. Say it out loud. Feel how it rolls off your tongue. It's mysterious, completely foreign to European ears, and yet somehow musical. It sounds like something ancient and powerful and just a little bit dangerous. But Margaretha didn't stop at just picking a cool stage name. Oh no. She went full method actor and created an entire mythology. She wasn't just Mata Hari the exotic dancer. She was Mata Hari the Javanese temple priestess, initiated into ancient sacred dances by mysterious wise women in veiled ceremonies. She'd been born in some unspecified Eastern land, where the spiritual and the sensual intertwined in ways that proper European society couldn't even imagine. Every detail was perfectly crafted to feed into the Orientalist fantasies that were absolutely everywhere in Belle Époque Paris. People wanted to believe in the exotic, the mysterious, the spiritually erotic, and Mata Hari gave them exactly what they craved, wrapped up in a package that was too good to fact-check. The transformation reached its climax on August 20th, 1905. Picture this: the Olympia Theatre in Paris, one of the city's premier venues. Not some back-alley dive bar, but a legitimate, high-class establishment where Parisian society came to see and be seen. And onto this stage stepped Mata Hari, with a performance called Le Rêve, the Dream. It was strategic brilliance, debuting at the beginning of the Parisian social season when everyone was back in town and hungry for the next big thing. The show was an overnight sensation, sold out. Critics raved. Suddenly, everyone who was anyone in Paris had to have an opinion about this mysterious Eastern priestess who'd materialized in their midst. But what exactly were they watching? What was this Le Rêve that had an entire city talking? Well, if you showed up expecting Swan Lake, you were going to be sorely disappointed. There were no pirouettes, no grand jeté, no technically impressive ballet moves whatsoever. Instead, what Mata Hari offered was something far more subversive, a theatrical striptease disguised as spiritual revelation. She would begin the performance heavily veiled, draped in layers of scarves and robes that concealed her entirely. Then, moving to mysterious Eastern music, she would slowly, methodically, begin to shed these layers, scarf by scarf, robe by robe, revealing more and more skin until she stood nearly nude, adorned only with strategically placed jewels and whatever minimal costume the censors would allow. It was performance art meets soft-core pornography, wrapped in enough spiritual mumbo-jumbo to make it respectable. The choreography was borrowed from here and there, a gesture she might have seen in Java, a movement that looked vaguely Indian, poses that seemed ancient even if they'd been invented the week before. It wasn't ethnographically accurate. It wasn't even particularly good dancing, if we're being honest. But it was absolutely electrifying because it gave people permission to stare, to desire, to fantasize, all while telling themselves they were appreciating high art and exotic culture. The whole thing was scandalous enough to be endlessly discussed in proper society, which of course only fueled her fame. People who'd never set foot in a theatre were suddenly experts on Eastern dance traditions. Women whispered about her in drawing rooms. Men made excuses to attend cultural events they'd previously ignored. She'd found the perfect sweet spot between shocking and sophisticated. Because here's what Margaretha understood, probably better than she understood anything else. This wasn't really about art. This was about economics, about survival, about taking the few assets she had. Her body, her experience in the Indies, her willingness to perform, and turning them into something that could buy her the two things she desperately needed: independence and mobility. In a society that offered women like her basically no options for legitimate employment, selling exoticism was her golden ticket out of poverty. Every performance, every scandalous review, every whispered conversation about the mysterious Mata Hari was money in the bank. It was freedom. It was the difference between being a discarded wife scraping by on the margins of society and being a celebrated artist with her own apartment, her own choices, her own life. She'd taken her trauma, her foreignness, her desperation, and alchemized them into power. It was built on lies, sure, but they were beautiful lies, profitable lies. Lies that bought her escape from everything that had trapped and broken her before. She'd created a fantasy so compelling that people paid good money to believe in it, and for a while, that was enough. Success, as they say, breeds success. And with Mata Hari established and the Parisian stage thoroughly conquered, Margaretha's star wasn't just rising, it was shooting straight into the stratosphere of European high society. This wasn't some local celebrity situation where you're famous at the neighborhood coffee shop. No, we're talking about conquering an entire continent, one gilded salon at a time. Picture these spaces for a moment, and let yourself sink into the scene. The air, thick and warm with the mingled scents of expensive French perfumes and even more expensive Cuban cigars. The constant, gentle clink of crystal brandy glasses, creating a sort of musical backdrop to hushed conversations and knowing glances exchanged across ornate rooms. These weren't your average networking events. These were the power centers of European society, and somehow, impossibly, Mata Hari had talked her way inside. Her clientele reads like a who's who of European influence. We're not talking about bohemian artists and struggling writers anymore, though they probably couldn't afford her anyway. No, her new audience included high-ranking military officers who controlled armies, international diplomats who shaped policy, and the kind of old-money aristocracy that had been running Europe for centuries. These were men who didn't just have money. They had the kind of power that money can't buy. And here's what's remarkable. These weren't just men who could afford her services financially. They could afford her socially. That's a crucial distinction. She wasn't hidden away like some shameful secret. She performed in their grand private residences, traveling with an ease across European borders that would become unimaginable just a few years later. when those same borders turned into battle lines. Her reputation for discretion and secrecy became as valuable as her exotic allure, maybe more so. When you're dealing with the kind of men who have state secrets rattling around in their heads, knowing when to keep your mouth shut is basically a superpower. She was spotted regularly with figures like Prince di San Faustino, visiting him in those ridiculously opulent palaces in Rome that make modern mansions look like garden sheds. She socialized with influential people in The Hague, Paris, Madrid, basically anywhere that mattered in European politics. Her ability to show up at exclusive events, private Rothschild performances, invitation-only parties where the guest list read like a European government directory, clearly shows she had genuine connections to these elite social circles. She moved through these spaces with the kind of confidence that made people forget to ask how exactly she'd gotten there. Even if her position was bought rather than inherited, she wore it like it had always belonged to her. Now, let's talk about something that might sound a bit crude, but bear with me. The economics of being a courtesan in the early 1900s. For a woman with limited options in a society that offered women basically no legitimate paths to independence, it was actually a rational business decision. And business was good. Mata Hari commanded what can only be described as prohibitive rates for her services. We're talking 50 louis for what the records delicately call a quick encounter, which in today's money would be enough to buy a decent car. These weren't impulse purchases, but it wasn't just the fees, though those were substantial. There were gifts, expensive jewelry, artwork, sometimes even property. Combined with her considerable earnings from performances, this income stream allowed her to maintain a lifestyle that would have been impossible through any other means available to a woman of her background. She could travel extensively, live independently, make her own choices about where to go and who to see. For someone who came from a disgraced family and had escaped a brutal marriage, sex work became a way to purchase the mobility and independence that society otherwise would have denied her forever. It was a transaction, yes, but one that gave her genuine agency in a world specifically designed to control and limit women. But here's where things get complicated, where the beautiful lie starts to show its cracks. Her sexuality, which was the very foundation of her power and independence, was simultaneously her greatest vulnerability. Think about it. In an era absolutely soaked in Victorian morality and rigid gender norms, she existed as a walking contradiction. She was desired and reviled, exoticized and condemned, often by the same people, sometimes within the same conversation. She was tolerated, even celebrated, but only within the carefully controlled boundaries of high society's gilded cages. Her perceived moral looseness made her socially useful. She was the woman these men could be seen with at private parties, but never at their wives' dinner tables. She was morally suspicious by design. That suspicion was part of her appeal, but it was also what made her expendable. She was allowed to dance on the very edge of polite society, charming and exotic, and just dangerous enough to be interesting. But, and this is crucial, only as long as she stayed within the invisible boundaries they'd drawn for her. The moment she stepped out of line, the moment she became inconvenient, all that power and influence and independence could evaporate faster than champagne bubbles. She was the ultimate outsider who'd been temporarily invited inside, and everyone knew it, including her. The same sexuality that had bought her freedom had also painted a target on her back. When the winds of European politics shifted, when the continent started tearing itself apart, and people needed someone to blame for the chaos, the toast of Europe would become the perfect villain. She'd climbed so high that the fall, when it came, would be spectacular. So there's Mata Hari, riding high on her wave of reinvention, living her best courtesan life, when suddenly, boom, 1914 hits like a freight train loaded with paranoia and bad decisions. The Great War exploded across Europe, and with it came something that would prove far more dangerous to our invented goddess than any jealous wife or disapproving priest. Spy fever. You know that feeling when you're traveling and you realize you forgot to pack something essential? Now imagine that, but the thing you forgot was your ability to move freely through the world, and instead of being mildly inconvenient, it might get you shot. That's essentially what happened to everyone in Europe in 1914. Borders that Mata Hari had flitted across like a social butterfly suddenly became razor wire wrapped around the continent. Passports went from being fancy travel accessories to potential death warrants, depending on what stamp you had. Picture this new reality. Every shadow could be hiding an enemy agent. Every conversation in a foreign language was obviously coded instructions for sabotage. Governments, desperate to explain why their grand military strategies were going so spectacularly wrong, needed someone to blame. And nothing says convenient scapegoat like a foreign woman with suspicious mobility. Neutral women, especially ones with international connections and, shall we say, an active social calendar, suddenly found themselves on everyone's watch list. Their ability to travel freely, which used to be impressive, now looked like the perfect cover for international espionage. Mata Hari, unfortunately, was basically a walking, talking checklist of wartime red flags. Her Dutch neutrality, which should have been like having a diplomatic get-out-of-jail-free card, instead made her suspect to both sides. It's like being the only person at a party who hasn't picked a team in a heated argument. Suddenly everyone thinks you're plotting against them. Her constant cross-border travel, which had been the foundation of her fabulous lifestyle, now looked like an elaborate spy network. And her romantic relationships with military officers and diplomats from multiple countries, well, that went from being an impressive social calendar to looking like a masterclass in intelligence gathering. She maintained those lavish hotel suites in neutral Spain, traveling between Madrid and France, popping over to Britain when the mood struck. To her, this was just business as usual, maintaining the lifestyle that kept her independent and financially secure. To increasingly paranoid intelligence agencies, it looked like a woman with way too much access to way too many state secrets. The very relationships that had given her power and independence now became evidence that she was probably up to something sinister. Now, before you start imagining some sophisticated network of professional spies with hidden gadgets and secret handshakes, let me burst that particular bubble. Wartime intelligence in 1914 was less mission impossible and more mission, we have no idea what we're doing. Countries like France and Germany were essentially winging it, making up espionage protocols as they went along, like trying to assemble IKEA furniture without the instructions while the house is on fire. They desperately needed information, and they weren't particularly picky about who provided it. Spy recruitment was often less about finding highly trained operatives, and more about finding anyone who could be bribed into telling them something useful. Think of it like crowdsourcing intelligence, except with significantly higher stakes and much worse job security. They'd wave substantial sums around, like that famous 20,000 francs that keeps appearing in the records, hoping to tempt anyone with access to interesting gossip into becoming an agent. These weren't trained professionals, they were opportunistic individuals, people desperate for money or adventure, who thought playing spy sounded exciting right up until they realized they were in way over their heads. So take a moment now, let your breathing slow, and picture those shadowy intelligence gathering rooms. Not the sleek command centers you see in movies, but small, stuffy offices thick with the smell of stale tobacco smoke. The soft yellow glow of a single electric lamp casting long shadows across scattered papers, and that rhythmic, almost hypnotic tapping of a Morse code key, ... Each tap a tiny heartbeat in the vast, churning machinery of war. The sound becomes steady, soothing almost, as operators send their fragments of information out into the darkness. It was into this swirling world of amateur espionage and professional paranoia that Mata Hari, our self-invented, fiercely independent woman, unknowingly drifted. All it would take was one casual contact, one desperate moment, one seemingly innocent conversation about money or travel or the wrong kind of favor. She'd spent years carefully constructing her stage, perfecting her performance, building her audience. She had no idea that the theater itself was about to become something far more sinister than anything she could have imagined. The spotlight, that had once illuminated her exotic performances was about to become the harsh glare of an interrogation room. That harsh interrogation spotlight was waiting, but how exactly did our exotic dancer end up blinking under it? How did the toast of European high society accidentally stumble into what might have been the most incompetent espionage career in modern history? It started, as so many terrible decisions do, with money problems. Not a dramatic clandestine meeting in some fog-shrouded alley with mysterious figures in trench coats exchanging coded phrases. Nope. This was more like getting a business proposal via email, except the email was hand-delivered and the business was, well, technically treason. Picture this. It's 1916. Mata Hari's finances are getting a bit tight. The war has been absolutely terrible for the exotic dancing business. Turns out people have other things on their minds when their countries are busy trying to kill each other. Her star, while still bright enough to get her into the best parties, was starting to dim just slightly. She needed cash, and she needed it soon. Enter Karl H. Kramer, the German consul in Amsterdam. Not some shadowy spy master with a mysterious past and a collection of fake passports, but literally just a diplomat. A guy with an office and probably a secretary who scheduled his appointments. And he had an offer, 20,000 francs for what amounted to a consulting gig. Now, 20,000 francs. To you and me, that sounds like funny money from a board game. But in 1916, that was serious cash. Picture holding that much currency in your hands. The weight of it, substantial and reassuring. The crisp feel of banknotes between your fingers. Maybe carrying that distinctive smell of freshly printed paper and official ink. It was enough money to solve her immediate problems and give her breathing room to figure out what came next. Mata Hari looked at this offer and thought, well, this is convenient. She later admitted, quite matter-of-factly, I took the money. Not, I betrayed my adopted country, or I committed treason against France, but essentially, I got paid. To her, this was just another transaction, another invoice to be settled, like getting paid for a dance performance or an evening of charming conversation at a dinner party. Business as usual. But what exactly was this job she was getting paid for? According to the German consul, she was supposed to gather information during her travels, to be their agent while she moved around Europe. And here's where Mata Hari's almost breathtaking naivety, or maybe her lifelong talent for willful self-deception, really shines through. Think about it from her perspective. Her entire adult life had been built around leveraging her unique position as someone who could move freely among the powerful and influential. Her exotic allure had always been the key that opened doors others couldn't even find. So when a respectable diplomat asked her to listen to conversations and report back, it probably felt like a natural extension of what she was already doing. Just another way to monetize her access to interesting people and places. Here's the thing about being a courtesan. Your entire existence revolves around transactional relationships. You exchange charm for gifts, conversation for money, companionship for security. Every interaction has an understood value, every evening a negotiated rate. So when the German consul offered her payment for information gathering, it likely slotted right into her existing mental framework. This wasn't ideological commitment or political betrayal. This was just another service being purchased by another client. The idea that this could be construed as gravely treasonous probably seemed ridiculous to her. After all, she was Dutch, technically neutral in this whole mess. She had no real allegiance to France beyond the fact that Paris had been good to her career. In her mind, she was just being resourceful, taking advantage of an opportunity that presented itself. Another invoice paid for another service rendered. The tragic irony, of course, is that she may have been the world's most incompetent spy. If she actually provided any information to the Germans, and that's a big if, it was probably the kind of dinner party gossip you could have gotten from any well-connected socialite. Oh, did you hear General so-and-so is having an affair with his secretary? And apparently the minister of whatever is terribly worried about supply lines, though I wasn't really listening because he's such a bore. But here's what mattered to the people who would eventually put her on trial. The money changed hands. An agent number, age 21, was allegedly assigned to her in German intelligence communications. 20,000 francs went from German government accounts into her personal finances. These were concrete facts that could be documented, proven, waved around in a courtroom as evidence of a master German spy operation. She saw it as a business transaction. The world saw it as treason. And in a continent gripped by war fever and desperate for someone to blame for their mounting losses, the difference between those two perspectives would prove to be the difference between life and death. Because when you're looking for a scapegoat, the actual effectiveness of their espionage activities matters far less than the fact that they took the money in the first place. You see, when you're hunting for a convenient scapegoat, the actual quality of their alleged crimes matters way less than how well their story fits the narrative you need. And Mata Hari, she was basically a pre-written villain origin story, just waiting for someone to pick it up and run with it. Now let's talk about her actual attempt at being a spy. Because guys, this is where things get genuinely hilarious in the darkest possible way. If espionage were a college course, Mata Hari would have failed it so spectacularly that the professor would have used her work as an example of what not to do for the next 50 years. Her tradecraft was so clumsy, so breathtakingly amateur, that if you made a movie about it, audiences would complain that it was too unrealistic. Take the invisible ink incident, for example. This has become legendary in the How Not to Be a Spy handbook. Instead of a sophisticated operative smoothly deploying covert communication methods, you've got Mata Hari apparently trying to write secret messages with what was probably lemon juice or milk. Basically, the kind of invisible ink trick you learn at summer camp when you're 8. But here's the thing. She wasn't even good at the summer camp version. She'd allegedly write these secret messages and then apparently forget the crucial step of actually making them invisible. Or she'd leave obvious traces of her amateur chemistry experiments lying around like breadcrumbs for anyone to follow. Her handler, Captain Ledoux, head of the French Deuxième Bureau, France's military intelligence, kept meticulous notes about her incompetence. He described her as naive, easily traceable, and about as subtle as a marching band in a library. It's almost like watching someone try to be sneaky while wearing tap shoes and a bell around their neck. Let's talk about Captain Georges Ledoux for a moment, because this guy was nobody's fool. He was running French counter-espionage during the bloodiest war in European history. His job was to find German spies and neutralize them before they could do any more damage to France's already catastrophic military situation. And he was very, very good at his job. His distrust of Mata Hari wasn't some gut feeling or personal prejudice. It was methodical, documented, professional suspicion, based on months of observation. He watched her movements, catalogued her contacts, noted her baffling lack of discretion, and slowly built a case file that painted her as either completely incompetent or genuinely dangerous. Probably both. Ledoux's dossier on her grew thicker by the week, meticulously recording every suspicious activity, every questionable meeting, every red flag she raised just by existing in her particular flamboyant way. From his perspective, she was either the worst spy in history or playing an incredibly deep game. Either way, she was a problem. His suspicions were so well-founded that he decided to try something ambitious. Flip her. Turn her into a double agent working for the French. This is where the whole situation goes from tragically incompetent to absolutely farcical. His plan was to use her Dutch neutrality and her existing German contacts to feed information back to French intelligence. He offered her 1 million francs, serious money, for becoming their asset. The deal was that she'd keep her agent number H21 from the Germans, but now she'd actually be working for France, passing German secrets back to Ledoux. She was even given what sounds like a mission from a spy parody: seduce the Crown Prince of Germany to extract state secrets. And Mata Hari, with her characteristic blend of confidence and delusion, apparently thought this sounded perfectly doable. Why wouldn't she? Seduction was her specialty, after all. But this attempt was doomed from the start for reasons that probably should have been obvious to everyone involved. First, there were massive communication failures. Ledoux thought he was recruiting a professional who understood the deadly serious nature of wartime espionage. Mata Hari thought she was being hired for what was essentially an elaborate performance piece with a really good paycheck. She approached it the way she approached everything else in her life, as theatre. Second, nobody trusted anybody. Ledoux never fully believed she was genuinely committed to the French cause. And frankly, he was probably right not to. Mata Hari, for her part, likely sensed his skepticism and responded by trying to be cleverer than she actually was, playing what she thought was a sophisticated game of multiple loyalties. In the shadowy, paranoid world of wartime intelligence, trying to outsmart everyone while being fundamentally clueless about the actual rules was like trying to win poker when you don't know what cards you're holding. Take a deep breath here, let your shoulders relax, and picture those dimly lit Parisian cafes where these amateur espionage lessons probably took place. The warm yellow glow of gas lamps casting long shadows across marble-topped tables. The gentle clatter of coffee cups against saucers. The soft murmur of voices trying to sound casual while discussing things that could get them shot. Imagine Mata Hari, this glamorous woman who'd conquered European high society, now hunched over a small table trying to learn how to fold a letter in a special way or memorize a coded phrase. There's something almost endearingly absurd about it, isn't there? The exotic dancer, whose greatest skill was illusion and seduction, now fumbling through Espionage 101 like a student who missed the first half of the semester. The tragic irony is that she probably saw this as just another performance, another way to leverage her unique talents for profit. But Ledoux and his colleagues were playing for keeps in a game where the penalty for failure wasn't bad reviews, it was death. Her amateur hour approach to professional deception made her an easy target, a convenient pawn in a much larger and deadlier game than she'd ever imagined. She was handing him evidence of her own guilt without even realizing she was being watched, evaluated, and ultimately set up for a fall that would end with her facing a firing squad. She thought she was being clever. She had no idea she was digging her own grave. So there's Mata Hari, thinking she's some kind of master manipulator, gliding through the treacherous waters of wartime espionage with all the grace and subtlety she brought to her exotic dance performances. She thought she was playing chess while everyone else was playing checkers. What she didn't realize was that she wasn't even sitting at the table. She was the piece being moved around by players so far above her league that she couldn't even see the board. Because while our invented goddess was fumbling through her amateur hour spy routine, the actual professionals were playing a game that would make Game of Thrones look like a children's birthday party. And it all came down to a few pieces of paper. Intercepted German telegrams that would become her death warrant, written in code and signed with a designation that would haunt her to the grave. These weren't love letters or grocery lists, guys. These were official communications sent from Major Kromer, the German military attaché in Madrid, straight to Berlin. And buried in the seemingly innocuous strings of numbers and letters was a reference that made French intelligence sit up and pay attention. An agent designated H21. When the French cryptographers worked their magic on these intercepted messages, the conclusion was chilling. H21 wasn't some mysterious master spy operating in the shadows. H21 was Mata Hari. Let yourself sink into this scene for a moment. Picture a cramped, dimly lit office in some government building in Paris. The air thick with cigarette smoke and tension. You hear the rhythmic clack, clack, clack of the code machines, mechanical and hypnotic, like a deadly metronome keeping time until someone's execution. A cryptographer hunches over his desk, carefully unfolding another captured message, squinting at the seemingly random collection of letters and numbers. His fingers trace across the paper as he works through the cipher, and then, there it is. H21. And then, like a punch to the gut, the confirmation. Mata Hari. In that moment, a few lines of intercepted text transformed from routine intelligence into a coded death warrant. It's almost intimate, isn't it? The idea that someone's fate could be sealed by something as mundane as a telegram, decoded by a tired civil servant in a stuffy office. Now here's where things get really interesting, and where historians start fighting each other in academic journals. Because the big question isn't whether these telegrams existed, they did. The question is whether Germany deliberately let the French intercept them. Was this whole thing an elaborate setup? Think about it like this. If you're running German intelligence during World War I and you know the Allies are probably reading at least some of your communications, what do? Do you accidentally reveal the identity of your most valuable assets? Or do you strategically sacrifice someone who's more useful as a distraction than as an actual spy? Some historians argue that the Germans played Mata Hari like a violin, knowing full well that French intelligence was likely monitoring their communications. They deliberately included her code name in messages they suspected would be intercepted. But why would they do something so seemingly counterproductive? Well, if you're playing the long game, sacrificing a low-value asset like Mata Hari could be incredibly strategic. First, there's the disinformation angle. By having her arrested and put on trial, the Germans could potentially feed false information to the French through her, making them waste precious resources chasing phantoms while the real spies operated undetected. It's like creating a loud, obvious decoy while your actual burglars sneak in through the back door. Second, and perhaps more importantly, it could protect their genuinely valuable assets. By giving the French a big, flashy target to focus on, this exotic, internationally known dancer with obvious connections to powerful men, they could divert attention away from their more effective, truly clandestine operatives. While French counterintelligence was busy building their case against the notorious Mata Hari, other German agents could continue their work in relative safety. Or maybe it was something even more Byzantine, some kind of internal German political game, a way for one faction to eliminate rivals or settle scores within their own intelligence apparatus. Wartime intelligence agencies weren't exactly known for their internal harmony, and using a foreign patsy to resolve domestic disputes wouldn't have been unprecedented. The French, of course, thought they'd hit the jackpot. Here was irrefutable proof, black and white evidence of German espionage activity. The H-21 designation became their smoking gun, the piece of evidence that transformed their suspicions about this exotic dancer into what looked like concrete proof of her guilt. Finally, they had something solid to pin on her. But here's the tragic irony. Whether the Germans set her up or whether she actually was working for them almost doesn't matter from Mata Hari's perspective. Because once those telegrams were decoded, once that H-21 designation was linked to her name, her fate was essentially sealed. She'd gone from being a person, first Margaretha, then Mata Hari the performer, to being a code name, a number, a data point in someone else's strategic calculations. The woman who'd spent her entire adult life crafting and controlling her own narrative suddenly found that narrative being written for her in the cold, precise language of intercepted intelligence. She was no longer the author of her own story. She was H-21, and H-21 was guilty of espionage against France. The rest, as they say, was just paperwork. It's haunting, really. The gentle clack of those code machines, steady and inexorable, counting down the moments until a woman's execution. A few sheets of folded paper, a handful of decoded messages, and suddenly, a life hangs in the balance. The strange, terrible intimacy of a death sentence delivered through bureaucratic efficiency. The clock was ticking. Time was running out for Mata Hari, and she had no idea. She thought she was playing some sophisticated game of international intrigue, like she was the star of her own spy novel. But the reality was much more brutal. She wasn't the player, she was the piece about to be sacrificed. Because 1917, France was having what you might generously call a really, really bad year. The kind of year where everything that could go wrong not only went wrong, but went catastrophically, spectacularly wrong. It started with what military planners had optimistically called the Nivelle offensive, a supposedly brilliant strategy that was going to break the deadlock on the Western Front once and for all. Instead, it became the kind of military disaster that historians still use as an example of how not to run a war. Picture this: hundreds of thousands of French soldiers thrown into a meat grinder for what amounted to a few yards of mud. Not miles, yards. The kind of territorial gains you could measure with a tape measure rather than a map. When the news started filtering back to France, you could practically hear the collective "Are you kidding me?" echoing across the country. This wasn't just a military defeat. It was a soul-crushing blow that left the entire nation asking what the hell their leaders were thinking. And then things got worse. Because when you push soldiers beyond their breaking point, eventually they stop pushing back. The spring of 1917 brought something that terrified French high command more than German artillery: widespread mutinies. Not dramatic movie-style rebellions with speeches and flag-waving, but something far more quietly devastating. Exhausted, traumatized soldiers simply stopped. They sat down in their trenches and basically said, "Nope, we're done. You want to advance into machine gun fire for another 100 yards of crater? Do it yourself." These weren't acts of cowardice. They were acts of people who'd reached the absolute limit of human endurance. The French army, which was supposed to be the backbone of the nation's defense, was basically having a collective nervous breakdown. Morale hadn't just collapsed, it had been thoroughly obliterated and was currently buried somewhere under a pile of incompetent military strategies. So there's France in 1917, losing the war, losing their army's willingness to fight, and facing a public that was getting increasingly tired of sending their sons to die for what appeared to be no good reason whatsoever. In this kind of crisis, governments tend to get creative about finding solutions. And by creative, I mean they start looking for someone to blame who isn't them. Enter the tried and true political strategy of public theatre. Specifically, the kind of public theatre that involves finding a spy, putting them on trial, and executing them in a very visible, very dramatic way. It's a three-step process. Find villain, demonstrate justice, watch public temporarily forget about your catastrophic military failures. A good show trial and execution served multiple political purposes, all of them deeply cynical, but remarkably effective. First, it was a moral demonstration. It sent a clear message that treason will not be tolerated, and we are taking decisive action against our enemies. Second, it was brilliant misdirection, shifting public anger away from the incompetent generals and politicians who'd actually created this mess, and onto a convenient, easily demonized target. Finally, it reassured a terrified population that there were concrete enemies being dealt with, even if those enemies were more symbolic than strategically significant. Governments throughout history have used this playbook during times of crisis. When things go badly wrong, find someone to publicly punish, and suddenly people feel like justice is being served and problems are being solved. Think of it as the political equivalent of reality TV, dramatic, emotionally satisfying, and completely divorced from actually fixing the underlying problems. And guys, Mata Hari was practically custom designed to be the perfect villain for this particular show. She checked every single box on the suspicious foreign person checklist that wartime paranoia could dream up. She was foreign, which in a hyper-nationalistic wartime environment automatically made her suspect. It didn't matter that the Netherlands was neutral. In fact, her neutrality sometimes made her more suspicious to both sides. She was sexually liberated, which to the conservative institutions of 1917, France was basically synonymous with moral corruption and probably communist sympathies. Her cosmopolitan lifestyle, her ability to move easily across borders, her romantic relationships with men from multiple countries. All these things that had once made her fascinating and exotic could now be reframed as evidence of treachery and betrayal. She didn't fit into any of the neat, patriotic categories that wartime society demanded. She was an outsider, a perfect blank canvas onto which a traumatized nation could project all its deepest fears and frustrations. She was foreign enough to be threatening, famous enough to make the trial interesting, and friendless enough that nobody would defend her too vigorously. Let yourself picture 1917 Paris for a moment. Settle into the scene. The newspaper stands on every street corner, headlines screaming about military losses, but also about the mysterious enemy within. The editorial offices thick with cigarette smoke and the particular kind of panic that comes from trying to put a positive spin on an unmitigated disaster. The smell of printer's ink and desperation mixing in equal measure, and spreading through the cafes and boulevards like soft evening fog, whispers and rumours about spies and sabotage and betrayal. Who could be trusted? Who might be working for the enemy? Every foreign accent became suspect. Every unusual relationship, a potential security breach. The city was creating its own paranoid mythology, and Mata Hari was about to become the star villain in that very dark fairy tale. She was no longer just an entertainer who'd invented an exotic persona to escape her past. She was now a symbol, a repository for every fear and frustration that a bleeding nation couldn't direct at its own leadership. She was the perfect scapegoat for a public that desperately needed to believe that someone, somewhere, was responsible for all their suffering. The need for a villain was absolute, and Mata Hari was about to discover just how spectacular and tragic filling that role could be. France needed a villain, and Mata Hari was about to find out just how spectacular and tragic her starring role in that national drama was going to be. All those years of carefully constructing her exotic persona, all that audacious self-invention, was about to smash headfirst into the brutal reality of a country that was bleeding out and desperate for someone to blame. The curtain was rising on her final performance, except this time she had no idea she was even on stage. It all came to a head on a cold February morning in 1917. February 13th to be exact, because of course it was the 13th. She was doing what she always did, living her best life in the lap of luxury at the Hôtel Élysée Palace, one of those grand Parisian establishments where the rich and famous went to be rich and famous in style. Picture her suite in those pre-dawn hours, all hushed opulence, heavy curtains blocking out the grey morning light, maybe the lingering scent of expensive perfume mixing with the faint aroma of whatever indulgent evening she'd enjoyed the night before. But instead of the gentle knock of room service or the discreet arrival of a lover, there came a different kind of sound, more insistent, more ominous, the kind of knock that makes your stomach drop because you know, even before you open the door, that your life is about to change forever. And when she did open that door, she found herself face to face with a small parade of policemen and military intelligence officers, all grim faces and official business. No "good morning, madame," no polite explanations, just handcuffs and the kind of bureaucratic efficiency that turns a person into a case number. They arrested her that morning, hauled her off to police headquarters for processing, and then transported her to what would become her new address, the women's prison of Saint-Lazare. Not exactly the kind of venue change she was used to. Let yourself sink into that scene for a moment. The cold of that hotel room at dawn, not the romantic, cinematic kind of cold, but the harsh, sterile shock of having strangers invade your private space. The soft rustle of belongings being hastily packed, but not for another glamorous journey to another European capital. This time, it was for an indefinite stay in a place where the accommodations definitely wouldn't include room service. And then, that quiet but definitive click of handcuffs closing around her wrists. It's such a small sound, really, but it carries so much weight. The metallic whisper of freedom ending. The police and military intelligence weren't just there to make an arrest. They were there to build a case. They conducted what you might generously call a thorough search, but what was really more like a fishing expedition through her entire life. Letters, personal belongings, random scraps of correspondence, financial records, basically anything that could be twisted into evidence of wrongdoing. It didn't matter if something was actually incriminating. What mattered was whether it could be interpreted as incriminating. This is where things get really insidious, guys. They took her lifestyle, her international connections, her correspondence with various lovers and clients, her financial independence, and turned all of it into a prosecution case. Her voluminous letters became suspicious communications. Her coded telegrams became secret enemy correspondence. Her financial records showing those payments from German sources became proof of espionage activity. Every aspect of the life she'd built was meticulously catalogued and prepared to be used against her. But the real smoking gun, the evidence that gave French authorities the legal ammunition they needed to formalize charges against her, were those intercepted German telegrams we talked about earlier, the ones that linked her to the code name H21 and corroborated those payments she'd received. These weren't just pieces of information in a file somewhere. They were presented as absolutely undeniable proof of her treason. The prosecution's argument was beautifully simple, devastatingly effective, and probably mostly bullshit. They said, look, she took money from the Germans, true. She had ongoing contact with German officials, also true. German intelligence referred to her by a code name in intercepted communications, apparently true. Therefore, she was obviously a German spy who was directly responsible for French military casualties. Almost certainly false, but by then it didn't matter. From the French military court's perspective, this was what they call an open and shut case. They had motive, the money. They had means, her international connections and travel. And they had what they genuinely believed was rock-solid proof, those H21 telegrams. It was like a prosecutor's dream, all the elements of a compelling narrative wrapped up in a neat package with a bow on top. What Matahari said in her own defense was essentially irrelevant at this point. The narrative had already been written, the villain had been cast, and the audience was ready for their show. She wasn't just some woman who'd taken money for what she thought was a minor consulting gig. She was the exotic foreign seductress, the German spy, the woman personally responsible for countless French deaths. She was the perfect scapegoat for a traumatized population, desperate for someone to blame for the seemingly endless horror of the war. Her arrest wasn't just the end of her freedom. It was the beginning of her transformation from a person into a symbol, from Matahari, the performer, into Matahari, the traitor. Once that transformation from person to symbol was complete, Matahari's fate was basically sealed with a stamp that said guilty before anyone had even bothered to look at the evidence. And that brings us to what can only generously be called her trial, though that word implies a level of fairness that was about as present as a unicorn at a horse race. This wasn't a trial in any sense that you or I would recognize today, with boring things like due process and presumption of innocence. No, this was pure wartime theatre, a carefully choreographed performance designed to give the French military exactly what they needed, a villain to blame, and a public spectacle to distract from their own catastrophic failures. Picture the scene, July 1917, at the Château de Vincennes. Not exactly your friendly neighbourhood courthouse, but a fortress that had been home to royal prisoners and political dissidents for centuries. The proceedings were held in complete secrecy. No public access, no nosy journalists, no inconvenient witnesses who might complicate the narrative. Just a handful of military judges, a prosecutor with a predetermined conclusion, a defense attorney fighting with one hand tied behind his back, and the accused. The silence in that courtroom wasn't the respectful quiet of justice being served. It was the oppressive hush of a foregone conclusion, like the moment before a magician reveals a trick where everyone already knows what's in the hat. The whole thing moved with suspicious speed, and Matahari's defense was given about as many rights as a defendant in a kangaroo court, which, let's be honest, is essentially what this was. Let's meet our cast of characters, shall we? In the role of puppet master, we have Captain Georges Ledoux, head of French counter-espionage, pulling strings from behind the scenes like a particularly sinister theatre director. Playing the prosecutor was Captain Pierre Bouchardon, whose job wasn't so much find the truth as secure a conviction at any cost. Think of him as the legal equivalent of a prosecutor whose only strategy is pointing dramatically at the defendant while shouting, "J'accuse," and representing Matahari, her longtime friend and former lover, Maître Édouard Clunet. which was probably not the smartest choice for legal representation, considering their romantic history just added another layer of scandal to the proceedings. It's like hiring your ex-boyfriend to defend you in court. Even if he's competent, everyone's going to assume there are complications. Bouchardon's prosecution strategy was brilliantly simple and devastatingly effective. He painted Mata Hari as a master German spy, a glamorous femme fatale who seduced naive French officers into revealing state secrets during pillow talk. His evidence included that infamous 20,000 franc payment from the German consul and her Dutch passport, showing all those suspicious border crossings. But really, his case was built less on facts and more on character assassination, basically arguing that her moral looseness was proof of her political treachery. It's the legal equivalent of saying she's sexually liberated, therefore she must be a traitor, which tells you everything you need to know about the quality of justice being dispensed here. Meanwhile, Ledoux lurked in the background like a spider in his web, having provided the initial proof of her guilt through those conveniently intercepted messages we discussed earlier. Poor Edouard Clunet, trying to mount some kind of defense, found himself fighting an uphill battle against a legal system that had already decided his client was guilty. He was repeatedly blocked from calling witnesses who might have testified to her character or questioned the dodgy evidence. It was like trying to play chess when your opponent gets to move twice for every move you make. But here's where things get really sketchy, guys. The entire prosecution case rested on those intercepted German telegrams. You know, the ones that supposedly linked her to the code name H21 and confirmed those payments. Sounds pretty damning, right? Except here's the thing. The original telegrams were never produced in court. Never. The prosecution relied entirely on decrypted copies, or what they diplomatically called reconstructed messages. Think about that for a second. Imagine you're accused of sending threatening texts, but instead of showing the actual messages from your phone, the prosecutor waves around a piece of paper and says, "Trust me, this is definitely what the messages said." Not the original texts, not screenshots, just someone's transcript of what they claim the messages contained. And then imagine that those original texts mysteriously disappeared from all records and remain missing to this day. That's essentially what happened here. The original H21 telegrams, the smoking gun evidence that supposedly proved Mata Hari was a German spy, have never been found in any archive. They've just vanished, like evidence in a poorly written legal thriller. This has led to decades of historians asking some very uncomfortable questions. Did the Germans actually send these messages knowing they'd be intercepted? Were the French deliberately hiding the originals because they didn't say what the prosecution claimed? Or, and this is the really dark possibility, were they partially or completely fabricated to support a narrative the military desperately needed? Either way, a military tribunal that was supposedly dispensing justice presented these reconstructed, unverifiable messages as absolutely definitive proof. The kind of evidence that would get laughed out of any legitimate courtroom was treated as rock-solid fact. It's like building a murder case on a witness who says they heard someone confess, but the confession was allegedly in a language the witness doesn't speak. And oh, by the way, the recording of it accidentally got erased. But the real masterpiece here was the theatricality of it all. This trial wasn't just about determining guilt or innocence. It was about crafting a myth, creating a story that would satisfy a bloodthirsty public hungry for a villain to blame for their suffering. The prosecution took Mata Hari's existing public persona, the exotic dancer, the independent woman, the cosmopolitan courtesan who lived life on her own terms, and expertly twisted it into something monstrous. She wasn't just a woman who'd taken some money for questionable consulting work. She was the ultimate seductress, a demonic temptress whose moral corruption had led her to betray France itself. The French press absolutely ate it up. Newspapers like Le Matin and Le Journal portrayed her as the embodiment of foreign danger and moral bankruptcy, a femme fatale whose exotic sexuality was inherently treacherous. The coverage was sensationalized to a degree that would make modern tabloids blush, playing directly into public paranoia about enemies within, and the corrupting influence of foreign women. She wasn't just on trial for espionage, she was on trial for being everything that conservative, wartime French society found threatening: foreign, sexually liberated, financially independent, and utterly unashamed of any of it. Now let yourself settle into the quiet of your own space for a moment. Picture the hush of that courtroom, but soften it in your mind. Imagine instead the gentle rhythm of a woman's breathing, steady and calm despite everything closing in around her. It's a reminder of the human heart beating at the center of all this political theater, the individual person being crushed by forces so much larger than herself. The contrast between that personal, human moment and the machinery of state violence is something to hold on to as we drift toward the inevitable conclusion of this tragic story. The contrast between that quiet, human moment, just a woman breathing, just a heart beating, and the massive, unfeeling machinery of state violence grinding toward its inevitable conclusion is something to hold close as we reach the end of this story. After less than 4 hours of what they generously called deliberation, though really, how much deliberating can you do when the outcome was decided before anyone sat down? The verdict came in. Surprise! The military tribunal found Matahari guilty. The sentence was death, delivered with the kind of bureaucratic efficiency that makes you wonder if they'd pre-written the verdict before the trial even started. She was formally accused of espionage against France, assisting the enemy in wartime, and causing the deaths of thousands of soldiers, which is quite the rap sheet for a woman whose most provable crime was taking money from Germans and having terrible taste in espionage careers. Despite the fact that the evidence was about as solid as a chocolate teapot, and despite the complete absence of any direct proof that she'd actually transmitted valuable intelligence to anyone, the military court decided it was more than sufficient to send her to face a firing squad. And honestly, this outcome was about as surprising as rain in London, because Matahari wasn't just a defendant, she was the solution to a very specific political problem. France in 1917 was having what you might call a national nervous breakdown. The country was bleeding out on multiple fronts, public morale was somewhere in the basement, and the government desperately needed someone to blame who wasn't them. Enter Matahari, who was basically custom designed to be the perfect scapegoat. She was foreign, always suspicious during wartime. She was sexually liberated in an era when that was considered practically satanic. She had those cosmopolitan connections that made conservative society deeply uncomfortable. She was everything that threatened the rigid moral and social boundaries that wartime governments love to enforce. Her execution wasn't really about punishing espionage. It was about sending a message. A very clear, very brutal message that said, "This is what happens when you deviate from patriotic norms. This is what happens when you live outside our rules." She became a human sacrifice on the altar of public morale, a convenient distraction orchestrated by a government that was desperately trying to avoid accountability for its own catastrophic military blunders. Think about it. Instead of asking uncomfortable questions like, why are our generals so incompetent? Or how did we lose hundreds of thousands of soldiers for a few yards of mud? The public could focus on the exotic temptress who'd supposedly betrayed France. It was brilliant political theatre, really. Deeply immoral, but brilliant. The verdict and sentence sent shockwaves rippling across Europe and beyond, though not necessarily for the reasons you might think. The international press, always hungry for a sensational story, absolutely gorged themselves on this one. Newspapers from Paris to London, Amsterdam to New York, competed to see who could write the most dramatic headlines about the conviction of the notorious spy. The coverage was all over the map, which tells you something about how murky the whole situation was. Some papers portrayed her as a calculating mastermind who'd gotten exactly what she deserved. Others painted her as a tragic victim of wartime hysteria. Still, others went with the femme fatale angle, describing her as a seductive she-devil whose very existence was a threat to decent society. The French government, of course, was perfectly happy to let the press run wild with whatever narrative sold the most papers, as long as it reinforced their preferred story. Dangerous foreign woman brings down by patriotic French justice. Mission accomplished. But here's where things get interesting. While the immediate reaction was largely what the French authorities had hoped for, public satisfaction that justice had been served and a dangerous enemy eliminated, over time, a different narrative began to emerge. As the war ended and the initial hysteria faded, people started asking more uncomfortable questions about the trial. The evidence began to look thinner. The proceedings seemed more questionable. The speed and secrecy of the military tribunal started to feel less like efficient justice and more like a railroading. Slowly, agonizingly, public opinion began to shift. Mata Hari began her transformation from notorious spy to tragic martyr, from dangerous enemy to misunderstood victim of a ruthless state that had needed someone to blame for its own failures. It's a pattern we've seen throughout history. The scapegoat eventually becomes the symbol of injustice. The convenient villain transforms into the wronged hero. Though that transformation usually takes a lot longer than the person being transformed would probably prefer. Now, as we drift toward the end of this story, let yourself settle into a quiet meditation. Picture not the violence that's coming, but something gentler. Imagine slow, measured footsteps on soft grass, not hurried or fearful, but peaceful. The touch of silk, perhaps a scarf, perhaps just the memory of texture and comfort. Think of the ceremonial hush that can fall over any solemn moment, but let it transform in your mind into something soothing. Let the harsh edges of this historical violence soften into something that can carry you gently into sleep. The footsteps become a lullaby rhythm. The final moments become just another story, distant and contained, unable to disturb the peace of your present moment. History's tragedies, held at arm's length, transformed into the gentle cadence of a bedtime story that acknowledges darkness, but doesn't let it overwhelm the quiet comfort of your own safe space. Sometimes, history's darkest moments can become gentle lullabies when we hold them at just the right distance, acknowledging their weight without letting them crush the peace of our present moment. So there she was. Verdict delivered. Sentence passed. Death by firing squad. Mata Hari, who'd once commanded the stages of Europe and the attention of powerful men, was now prisoner number whatever they assigned her in the women's prison of Saint-Lazare, counting down her final days. Talk about a dramatic change of address. Saint-Lazare was about as far from the Hotel Élysée Palace as you could get without actually leaving the planet. Picture cold, damp stone walls that probably hadn't seen a fresh coat of paint since Napoleon was in short pants. Sparse furnishings that would make a monastery look luxurious. The kind of relentless monotony that makes waiting in line at the DMV feel like a tropical vacation. But even in these spectacularly grim circumstances, Mata Hari remained, well, Mata Hari. She wrote letters, lots of letters. These weren't casual notes to friends asking how their weekend went. They were desperate, eloquent, carefully crafted appeals for her life. She wrote to officials, to lawyers, to anyone who might have the power to reverse her death sentence. Her poor lawyer, Edouard Clunet, probably got so many letters from her that his mailman started giving him sympathetic looks. She appealed for clemency all the way up the chain of command, right to the President of France himself. Because when you're facing a firing squad, you don't worry about proper channels or protocol. You write to everyone and hope someone, somewhere, will actually read your mail and think, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't execute this woman based on some suspiciously convenient telegrams that we can't actually produce. Reading her letters is like watching someone try to solve a puzzle where half the pieces are missing and the other half don't seem to belong to the same box. She genuinely couldn't understand how she'd ended up here. In her mind, she was a courtesan, a performer, someone who'd taken some money for what she thought was basically gossip. How did that translate to being responsible for the deaths of thousands of French soldiers? It was like being accused of causing climate change because you forgot to recycle a plastic bottle. You can trace this slow, painful realization through her writings, the dawning horror that the persona she'd so carefully constructed, her greatest creation, and her shield against the world's harsh realities, had become the very thing that was going to get her killed. Every time she tried to explain that she was just Mata Hari, the exotic dancer and sophisticated courtesan, it only reinforced the prosecution's narrative of a dangerous, manipulative temptress who used her sexuality to extract state secrets. It's the ultimate cruel irony. The identity that had given her power, independence, and escape from her traumatic past was now a liability she couldn't shed. Like putting on a costume that you discover you can never take off, and it turns out the costume is made of evidence for your own execution. Let yourself imagine the small, heartbreaking details of those final days. Feel the rough texture of prison linen against skin that had known silk sheets and Egyptian cotton. Hear the harsh clatter of a metal tray carrying prison rations, thin soup, stale bread, maybe some questionable meat, being served to someone who'd once dined on oysters and champagne in the finest restaurants of Europe. What did she bring to that cell? Probably not much. Maybe a pen, some paper, a small personal trinket that somehow survived the arrest. Perhaps a photograph, maybe of her daughter, maybe of some happier time when the world still made sense. What did she write on those scraps of paper beyond her official appeals? Were there private thoughts about love and betrayal? Reflections on the strange journey from Margaretha Zelle to Mata Hari, to condemned prisoner? Her final letters are filled with these powerful, heartbreaking assertions of innocence that cut right through you. I have done nothing wrong. My only fault is that I am a free spirit. Can you imagine writing those words when you know they're probably your last chance to be heard? In another letter, she wrote, "I am innocent of the monstrous crime for which I have been condemned." These weren't the calculated words of a hardened spy trying to wiggle out of consequences. These were the desperate, bewildered cries of a woman caught in a nightmare she couldn't understand, trapped by forces so much larger than herself that she could barely comprehend them. As her execution date approached, you can see her tone shifting in those final communications. The frantic appeals gave way to something quieter, more defiant, almost peaceful, as if the sheer absurdity of the accusations, so completely disconnected from her own understanding of who she was and what she'd done, had become too exhausting to fight. Her attempts to explain herself were met with the kind of bureaucratic indifference that makes dealing with customer service look warm and personal by comparison. The Mata Hari persona, which had offered such glorious freedom and escape from everything that had trapped and broken Margaretha Zelle, had ultimately become a more effective prison than any stone walls or iron bars. The woman who'd invented herself to survive had been destroyed by her own creation. And now all that was left was to wait for dawn and the final curtain call she'd never wanted to perform. The woman who'd spent her entire adult life inventing and reinventing herself had finally been destroyed by her own creation, and now all that remained was to wait for dawn and the final curtain call she'd never auditioned for but would have to perform anyway. That dawn came on October 15th, 1917. A grey, chilly morning in Vincennes, just outside Paris. The kind of unremarkable autumn day that makes you want to pull your blanket tighter and stay in bed a little longer. Except Mata Hari wouldn't be getting that luxury. A regiment of soldiers had assembled in the pre-dawn darkness, their faces probably showing exactly as much enthusiasm as you'd expect from men who'd been assigned to execute a woman before breakfast. She was brought from her cell, dressed simply but maintaining that dignity she'd carried through everything else, walking toward the firing squad with a composure that impressed even her executioners. Now, here's where we need to separate fact from fiction, because the legends surrounding this moment started multiplying faster than rumors on social media. The most enduring story, and the one that seems to have actual eyewitness support, is her refusal of the blindfold. When they offered to cover her eyes, to make the whole thing easier for everyone involved, she declined. She wanted to meet death the same way she'd lived, looking directly at whatever was coming for her, unflinching and unashamed. And then there's the legendary final kiss. Did she really blow a kiss to the firing squad? Her lawyer, Edouard Clunet, was there. Probably the worst job of accompanying a client you could imagine, and he reported her composure and her refusal of the blindfold. Some accounts mention a gesture, maybe towards someone in the small gathering of officials, maybe to the soldiers themselves. Whether it was actually a blown kiss or just some other final gesture that got transformed in the retelling is hard to say. But you know how these things work. Give people a dramatic moment and they'll turn it into a legend faster than you can say, based on a true story. It's the kind of detail that makes a person immortal in all the wrong ways. And then came the volley of rifle fire, sharp and final, and probably way more anticlimactic than all the drama leading up to it. But here's what's fascinating about this whole scene. In a weird way, the execution itself became another one of Mata Hari's performances. The French state had set the stage, arranged the props, assembled the audience, but she managed to upstage them all. Her refusal of the blindfold, her composure, that maybe real, maybe mythical final kiss. These weren't random acts of a terrified woman. These were the calculated moves of someone who understood, even at the very end, that image is everything. She turned what was supposed to be a brutal demonstration of state justice into her own final act. Instead of being remembered as a cowering spy who got what she deserved, she became the woman who faced a firing squad like she was taking a bow at the Paris Opera. It was probably the most effective piece of personal branding in history, even if she didn't live to see the results. The French government wanted to make an example of her, to show what happened to foreign spies who betrayed France. Instead, they created a legend. They wanted to demonstrate their strength and justice. But what people remembered was the exotic dancer who refused to close her eyes, who may have blown a kiss to her executioners, who died as dramatically as she'd lived. Now, let yourself drift gently into this scene, but soften it in your mind, letting the harsh edges blur into something more peaceful. Picture those pre-dawn colors slowly painting the sky above Vincennes, soft grays giving way to gentle purples, maybe the faintest blush of rose on the horizon. The kind of quiet, gradual lighting that makes everything look like a watercolor painting. Breathe in that crisp, metallic scent of early morning air, mixing with damp earth and maybe the faint smell of wood smoke from someone's distant hearth. Feel the stillness that comes just before the world fully wakes up, when everything is hushed and waiting, and that ceremonial rhythm of the firing squad. Instead of hearing it as something sharp and violent, let it become just a distant, measured beat, like a gentle drum, or the steady rhythm of your own heartbeat, or the soft, regular sound of waves against a shore. Each element becoming not a moment of violence, but a gentle pulse that guides you deeper into rest. The echoes of history transforming into a peaceful cadence that carries you safely into sleep, where the stories of the past become just whispers in the dark, unable to disturb the quiet comfort of your present moment. History's echoes are settling into a peaceful rhythm now, carrying you safely towards sleep, where the stories of the past become gentle whispers that can't disturb the quiet comfort of your present moment. So where does all this leave us? With a story that's probably not what you expected when we started this journey together. The tale of Mata Hari isn't really about a master spy who played elaborate games of international intrigue and outsmarted entire intelligence agencies. No, it's something both more human and more tragic than that. It's the story of a woman who became a master of self-invention, who built an absolutely spectacular fantasy to escape a reality that had been unrelentingly brutal to her. And then she paid the ultimate price for being the wrong kind of woman in the wrong place at the very, very wrong time. For more than a century now, historians have been picking apart her story like detectives at a crime scene, trying to figure out what actually happened versus what people wanted to believe happened. The key pieces of evidence they keep coming back to are always the same. Those German payment records, the infamous H-21 telegrams, and Captain Ledoux's personal papers. But here's the thing that keeps driving historians absolutely crazy. Those original telegrams, the smoking gun evidence that supposedly proved her guilt, are missing. Just gone. Vanished from the archives like they never existed in the first place. This massive hole in the evidence has kept the debate alive for decades, allowing both the master spy theory and the innocent scapegoat theory to coexist in academic circles like two people arguing about a movie when one of them has only seen the trailer. Modern historians, especially when they look at the political context of 1917 France and all those convenient archival gaps, tend to lean heavily toward the scapegoat explanation. They point out that most of the evidence against her was based on decrypted copies of messages, not originals, and that the chain of custody for crucial documents is about as reliable as a chocolate teapot. This whole story serves as a pretty chilling reminder of how quickly gender, sexuality, and national panic can team up to absolutely destroy someone. Mata Hari was a woman who said, "Screw your conventions to the rigid social rules of her time." She used her sexuality and her carefully constructed exotic image to buy herself independence and power in a world that wasn't supposed to give women either of those things. But when national crisis hit, all those attributes that had once made her fascinating and desirable suddenly became weapons pointed directly at her heart. There's something deeply unsettling about how institutions, when they're desperate and scared, develop this voracious appetite for villains. They need someone to blame, someone to punish, someone to point at and say, "There's your problem right there." And once they've identified their target, they'll crush them with the kind of bureaucratic efficiency that makes getting audited by the IRS look like a spa day. If your mind is still wandering, and you're feeling curious about diving deeper into this rabbit hole, here are some questions you might want to let drift around in your thoughts. How reliable are those H21 telegram reconstructions really? And where exactly are the archival gaps that historians keep talking about? It turns out the devil is very much in the details, especially when the details have mysteriously gone missing. What do French military records actually tell us about Captain Ledoux's real motives? What were the Deuxième Bureau's actual priorities in 1917, beyond finding a convenient scapegoat? Sometimes, understanding individual psychology within a larger, desperate bureaucracy can reveal how these tragedies actually unfold. Did German intelligence ever deliberately sacrifice their low-level agents as a form of misdirection? Are there other historical cases where someone labeled a master spy was actually just a manufactured distraction? It's a plausible strategy in the brutal chess game of wartime espionage, but proving it in any specific case is like trying to solve a puzzle when half the pieces have been deliberately hidden. And here's maybe the most important question. How have our cultural images of the femme fatale shaped the way we remember women accused of espionage throughout history? Mata Hari became the ultimate femme fatale archetype, a myth that's outlived both the woman and the war by more than a century. How much of her legend is actually about her, and how much is about what society needed her to represent? These are the kinds of questions that can keep you up at night, or in this case, gently carry you towards sleep as you let them drift and settle in your mind. But for now, let's return one last time to that image we opened with, that stark, haunting scene at the wall in Vincennes. Not to relitigate the violence, or assign blame, or condemn anyone involved, but simply to acknowledge the human cost of myth-making, to mourn the individual person who got swallowed whole by narratives that were so much bigger and more powerful than she was. Let that image of the quiet field, the pale dawn light slowly warming the sky, and that solitary figure standing with such dignity before the inevitable, gently soften in your mind. Let the sharp edges of historical trauma blur into something more peaceful, a quiet sadness that can drift away like morning mist. Let all those questions about justice and truth, about performance and reality, about who we choose to believe and who we choose to blame, float away like smoke rings dispersing into the vast, calming darkness of your subconscious. The story has been told. the questions have been asked. The woman has been remembered, not just as a myth or a symbol, but as a human being who deserved better than the ending she got. Just let it all go now. Let everything settle like dust after a long day, and ease yourself into the deep, restorative embrace of sleep that's been waiting patiently for you. So here we are, guys, at the end of our strange journey through the twilight world of a woman who started as Margaretha Zelle and became the unforgettable, untouchable, ultimately doomed Mata Hari. What have we actually learned from this whole tragic mess? That she wasn't some criminal mastermind, orchestrating a vast network of international spies with brilliant cunning and secret gadgets hidden in her jewelry. Far from it. She was something both more impressive and more heartbreaking, a master of self-invention. A woman who, after being absolutely crushed by personal trauma and the suffocating constraints of turn-of-the-century society, dared to build herself a spectacular fantasy world of exoticism and independence. She created a persona so compelling that it carried her from poverty to the heights of European high society. But that beautiful, audacious fantasy eventually collided head-on with the brutal reality of wartime paranoia, spectacularly incompetent intelligence networks, and a political establishment so desperate for a villain that they'd have probably executed a particularly suspicious-looking houseplant if it had the right foreign connections. In that collision, her greatest achievement, that carefully crafted illusion that had saved her from everything else, was twisted by the state into what they called irrefutable proof of her guilt. Her performance became her death sentence, leading to a public execution that stitched her myth permanently into the fabric of history. The woman who'd invented herself to survive was ultimately destroyed by her own creation. For those of you whose curiosity has been genuinely piqued by this story, who find these midnight wanderings through history's stranger corners as fascinating as I do, there are ways to dig deeper into the murky truth behind the legend. You can hunt down summaries of her trial transcripts from the French military courts, though fair warning, they contain more legal sleight of hand than actual enlightenment. The compiled telegram analyses that served as the prosecution's so-called smoking gun make for fascinating reading, mostly because they reveal so much about the paranoid mindset of the time and the frustrating absence of any original source material. Captain Ledoux's personal files in the 12e Bureau archives offer a window into the official French intelligence perspective, though they're completely soaked in the biases and political objectives of military bureaucrats who needed someone to blame for their failures. And perhaps most powerfully, there are published collections of her prison letters, her actual words from that cell in Saint-Lazare, offering the closest thing we have to a direct line into her state of mind during those final, agonizing days. These primary sources don't just give you facts, they let you feel the weight of the past pressing down on a real human being. And as you sink deeper into your pillow, letting these questions form gently in your mind before drifting away like smoke, consider a few things that might follow you into your dreams. What does society actually gain from needing a villain so desperately during times of crisis? Is it genuine justice? Or just a temporary sense of control when everything else feels completely overwhelming and chaotic? How much of human history, when you really examine it closely, is made up of theatrical performances that somehow, for reasons nobody fully understands, suddenly turn deadly real? How many people throughout time have been destroyed by stories that started as make-believe? And who else has been quietly, conveniently sacrificed by institutions in crisis? How many people have had their stories buried under layers of political convenience and carefully manufactured narratives designed to protect the people who actually made the disastrous decisions? These aren't questions meant to keep you awake, dear listener. They're just gentle thoughts to let float through the quiet spaces of your mind, expanding softly and then receding like gentle waves. Our final image brings us back once more to that stark scene at the wall in Vincennes. But this time let's approach it differently. Not to condemn anyone, not to relitigate the violence, not to assign blame or demand justice, just to quietly mourn the human cost of myth-making. To acknowledge the individual person, Margaretha, not Mata Hari, who got swallowed completely by narratives that others built around her, who lost her life to a story that gave her power, but ultimately made her expendable. Let that image of the quiet field, the pale morning light slowly warming the sky, and the solitary figure standing with such calm dignity before the inevitable, gently soften in your mind. Let the harsh edges of this historical tragedy blur into something more tender, a profound but peaceful sadness that settles over you like a soft blanket. Let those lingering questions about justice and truth, about performance and reality, about who we choose to remember and how we choose to remember them, float away like smoke rings dispersing into the vast, calming darkness of your subconscious. The story has been told. The questions have been raised. The woman has been remembered as more than just her legend. Now let it all drift away. Thank you, dear listener, for joining me on this slow, dark journey through a single life that became an eternal mystery. If you enjoyed wandering through history's shadows with me tonight, please consider subscribing and maybe drop a comment to let me know where in the world you're listening from. It's always a delight to know these whispered stories are reaching people in cozy beds and quiet rooms across the globe. Until our paths cross again in some other corner of the past, may your dreams be peaceful and your sleep deep and undisturbed.